kind of match than a rematch. Postseason tensions are palpable here at the neutral grounds of John D. Sulzberger Memorial Stadium at Zanesville High School, where the returning regional champions, the Big Walnut Golden Eagles, will look to defend their 2024 hardware against repeat challenger and 2023 state champions, the Washington Tigers of Massillon. Feeling their momentum ride after limiting the highly touted St. Francis de Sales offense to just 14 points last week in the semis. The Tigers are hungry for revenge after losing only their second regional championship in the last 9 years. The Big Walnut Golden Eagles, once the little engine that could just a year ago, have become the locomotive that does this season. Having not been scored on in over a month, the Golden Eagles feel confident, but are well aware of the dangers that lie ahead as Washington has ended Big Walnut season twice in the last 5 years. I'm Bryce Coder with the OH.REPORT, welcoming Joshua Anderson back to the mic after his week off. Join us for the Helpline of Delaware and Morrow Counties in 988 pregame show coming up next.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
Live and free coverage of Big Walnut Athletics, proudly presented by the Sunbury Fraternal Order of Eagles, serving the community since 1898.
Searching for stationery that feels personal? Make it truly inspired. From custom wedding invitations and greeting cards to business stationery and gifts, every design from Truly Inspired Paper Company is handcrafted in Ohio. Whether you're celebrating a milestone, saying thanks, or sharing everyday joy, we make it easy to create something beautiful and memorable. Visit trulyinspiredpaperco.com and make every message truly inspired.
Bryce Coder, Joshua Anderson here with the Helpline of Delaware and Morrow Counties and 988 pregame show. Joining you for this one in Zanesville, Ohio at Zanesville High School at the Salzburger Memorial Stadium. Josh, had a break last week. Feeling refreshed? How you doing?
Feeling pretty good, Bryce. You know, I kind of came down with a little cough within the last week. It was because I was missing some football, man. I missed you guys. I was turning in my bed, and I was like, man, I miss the Spice Boys. I can't wait to be back.
A little bit of Golden Eagle withdrawal, perhaps.
Exactly. So I'm excited to be back. I think we have a great matchup today, Bryce.
Definitely so, and it was a matchup that was just 14-7 last year. Massillon always very highly touted. You were, you know, playing football around this area, maybe not in the same division, but I'm sure you've heard all the great things about Massillon over the years.
They're the legends, right? It's like Massillon and it's Cincinnati Moeller, and I'll probably say now, I want to be biased with Cleveland Central Catholic. They're kind of just like the prophets of just great program dynasties in Ohio. And, you know, Massillon is just one of those teams, one of those organizations that you just know they're going to be a good one year in, year out. At least always in the playoffs, always doing the best that they can be, making some noise in whatever corner of Ohio they're in or playing in at the moment.
Taking a look at our team spotlight for the Washington Tigers, and 9-3 on the year, but don't let that fool you. They have played half of their season against national teams outside the state of Ohio. They're a resilient, powerful football team, but taking a look specifically at last game where they defeated St. Francis de Sales, of course, the storyline there, highly touted quarterback RJ Day threw for 482 yards and 5 touchdowns in the previous game, limiting them to just 14 points last week.
And, yeah, they're just resilient and powerful. Those 3 losses are just, they don't really tell the whole story. You know, if you lose maybe a touchdown or 2 to maybe the number 3 team in the country, Bryce, you know that loss is sometimes is a lot more powerful in points and a lot of wins that a lot of people have in Ohio sometimes. You know, this is a good team that's played a lot of good teams, see a lot of good football throughout the year, and they're going to need that going against Big Walnut tonight. But this is a seasoned, resilient team. They know how it feels to get hit in the face and to come back up and to make a play.
And just one moment as we honor the nation with the national anthem. National anthem courtesy of the Big Walnut Marching Band. Jumping right back into our Helpline of Delaware and Morrow County's pregame show. Take a look at the player spotlight for the Tigers. And Xavier Owens getting the nod, the running back. This is a pretty run-forward offense, and getting a look at some of his numbers. 136 rushing yards per game, a powerful heat-seeking missile, and he has all the eyes on him.
Definitely. He's a all-star back, Bryce. He kind of looks for the contact. As soon as he sees the hole, he attacks it. patient behind his blockers, and they're going to need to have some patience behind his line today. But he's able to kind of decipher through the defense and be able to find his hole. It's kind of like a big, in a way, home run threat.
Taking a look at the keys to victory, and you said keep the pace of the game, but also being fast to the ball as well, really challenging as much as they possibly can. This Big Walnut front that's been so strong all season long. Nolan Buirley, 31 cumulative touchdowns. Eli Stump adding in about another 19 as well. I mean, they have been hot.
They've been red hot, Bryce, and that's what they need to be today. Fast to the ball, you know, keep the pace of the offense, being around. We all know when we see Big Walnut get up 1 or 2 scores, as people start heading towards the exits because they know it's just a runaway train. They need to stay on the field. They need to be competitive. This is do or die, Bryce. Burn the boats. There is no turning back here.
Taking a look at the team spotlight for the Big Walnut Golden Eagles, and 11-1 on the season, a 35-0 victory last week against Canal Winchester, putting up zeros in the past 3 performances. The explosive offense and, of course, the stout defense, not only amongst the linebackers, but we've also seen from the defensive backs as well.
Definitely. Brady's going to have to have a big day, right? But like we said, a furious front seven, the Big Walnut is going to have the game of their season to be able to stop the Massillon Tigers rushing attack. They need to just have a great game all around. But you know, the person who needs to have the best game is Superman for Big Walnut, which is Nolan Buirley.
And so Big Walnut won the toss. They elect to kick it away in the first quarter and receive in the second. And we are underway here at Zanesville High School. Ball fielded at the 11-yard line. Big Walnut there in a heartbeat and brought down at the 16. You could already hear this home crowd's excitement.
You know, Bryce, this is something that's really interesting. You know, our senior night, a lot of this game from last year's reference, beating this team, right? So you can tell this is just a different type of energy. Haven't seen this in a long time from them. They're got up for this. This is when you circle on the calendar.
So lining up for the first play of the opening drive for Washington. Out of the pistol, hands it off, out of the offset, up the middle. Owens breaks free, but he's tripped up. That trip stopped something much, much bigger.
And once again, see how he's able just to kind of, once again, cut up through the line, find that crease. And if it wasn't for that shoestring tackle, Bryce, that could have been 7 for Washington tonight.
So already getting through the front 7 of Big Walnut. They hurry it up. A handoff leads to a scrum that's pushed forward for a few yards, and it will bring up second down.
All right, Bryce, I can already tell this is going to be a nice old-school backyard brawl. All right, we haven't seen this from a long time from Big Walnut's defense, right? They're playing on their heels right now. They got to catch their breath. Let's see if they're able to keep it for this next play.
And flag thrown on this one towards the Big Walnut sideline, but along a hash mark, so in the defensive secondary. So a sideline interference going against Massillon is what the penalty will be.
I think it's going against Big Walnut, Bryce. That's a first down.
Oh. Yeah, so move them up, and they have a new set of downs.
All right, we have Twins out to the boundary, Bryce, and a nice pistol look once again.
The handoff up the gut. And engulfed at the line of scrimmage. I think he may have even lost one.
And look at that push from the front 7, especially from the defensive line. Able to get that penetration. You didn't get that for those first couple plays. Maybe that's a tone setter for this series right now, Bryce. It's going to be interesting to see what Mass is going to come out in this next play call. It's been nothing but runs. Maybe they kind of go deeper in their bag of tricks.
So now second down. It was a loss of 1. Snap, once again, up the middle, and same result, picks up about 2 yards. It'll be third down and long.
All right. Seemed like Big Walnut caught their breath, right? Like you said, those first couple of plays, they were playing on their heels, playing in a way backpedaling. Third and obvious passing situations. This is what you want. This is what you scheme for. What are they going to call? Massillon Washington. You know they want to run the ball, but this is not running territory.
So they will line up quarterback for Massillon Washington, Mandwell Patterson. He was in a position battle with 3 different guys, no significant experience coming into the season this year. They'll look up top, rolling out to his right, zips it, and it's incomplete. It'll be 4th down and 9.
And that's just a great hurry by TJ Miner in the middle right there, Bryce, making the quarterback uncomfortable, rolling out. You can definitely tell it threw off his timing, zipped the ball past the receiver.
And the snap is over the punter's head. They're in time. Big Walnut recovers at the 10-yard line before he's finally brought down inside the 10. Big Walnut with excellent field position on their opening drive.
It's really raining out here, Bryce. And when it's raining out here, the ball gets a little slippery. As you can see, it starts bouncing around the field. Wow, man. You can tell these Walnuts are getting kind of nutty tonight, Bryce.
Big Walnut will take over on the 5-yard line.
Well, there's no better starting field position, I would say, in a playoff game, right? So starting in your own 5 yards. Let's see what the play call is.
Takes the snap. Up the middle again, but brought down at the 4. So a pickup of 1, now 2nd and goal.
And if you're Massillon Washington, if you're watching it right now, this is obviously not an ideal situation. You know who they're going to get the ball to. Maybe all 4 trips right here, right now. And you already know they watch the film. They know who Superman is. But if you're the defense tonight, you're going to take away his cape, right? You don't want him to have a big game. But this is not the most ideal situation starting off, Bryce.
Buirley tries to punch it up the middle, picks up about another yard as it brings up 3rd and goal.
All right, if you're Massillon right now, you're thinking, all right, we're halfway there. We're halfway there. If you're Big Walnut, you maybe have to be a little more creative on your offensive play calling, right? Obviously, you already know. They watch the film. They're going to try to take away Buirley. But I would say this is one of the type of situations that they really strive at. You have a lot of options outside. We'll see where it goes to.
Pollock and Rigg, the receivers. They'll look to pass. Taking time towards the corner. Brody Hatfield comes down with the touchdown.
All right, Batman arriving like we've been saying all season, Bryce. He threw that in the back of the corner. You don't throw that ball unless you trust your man, right? And he trusts him. Patience, defense in his face, bang, right in the kisser. That is amazing, man.
All of the attention going to those wide receivers, tight end Owen Pollock, and of course Jack Rigg, but Brody Hatfield cleared it out, just a lob.
Lob in the back of the end zone, Bryce. Dropping the bucket. Doesn't get much better than that.
So lining up in the field goal formation now, but we've seen plenty of tricks from Big Walnut so far this year. And they draw him offside, so give him another yard. We'll see what the decision is. Almost every time they've sent on the offense in the past, but in a game like this, you may just want the points.
See what they want, Bryce. Once again,
they're going to decline it.
Interesting.
So a decline penalty.
Here's some boos in the crowd, Bryce. But you got, like you said, this is playoff football. Every point matters. You cannot be risky maybe on a 2-point conversion right now, especially on the first drive.
So with 8:36 remaining here in the first quarter, Big Walnut leading the way 7-0 over the Washington Tigers. Stay with us.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
So a Big Walnut touchdown from Eli Stumpf to Brody Hatfield will put Big Walnut ahead 7-0 over the Washington Tigers. First drive, a disaster. They were able to get a first down, and then the punt ended up going way over the head of the punter. Couldn't come up with it, and the returning team actually pinned it at the 5-yard line. But now on the kickoff, fielded at the 15, looking towards the left sidelines, able to work out. Flags thrown long towards where the ball carries, and the home crowd erupts. I think they're going to send the Tigers back a bit.
Definitely. There's some extracurricular activities on the other side of the field too, Bryce. I wouldn't be surprised. This could be maybe a hefty bill.
And so talking it over, there were 2 flags thrown. They may have been for the same thing. So one's going to go against Big Walnut, and then the other against the Tigers, so that should be offsetting. It looked like a face mask, just dual face mask, brought each other down the same way.
Yeah, gets a little chippy, especially once again, like you say, it's a grudge match. These guys don't like each other, and that's okay, like we've been saying all year. But when a team is not you off in playoff, you already know they have a certain kind of hate for each other.
Shifting the offense, but there to break it up. It was Cole Heisel, the wide receiver right there, but no room for him to bring it down. It'll be second down after the incompletion.
And that's just a tough catch, Bryce. You know, hit his hands. You know my rules. You got to catch it. But, you know, when there's 3 black jerseys around you, you know, it's kind of hard to bring in. But they're going to need to make those plays if they're going to keep that pace, that Big Walnut pace. You got to make those plays. If not, it's going to be maybe a short end to your week, unfortunately.
So a handoff and 3 dark jerseys there to bring him down. It's now 3rd down. We get another look on our Reichert Express Used Cars Sunbury Instant Replay.
Right, so there was just nowhere to go. I think they probably got him for a tackle for loss right there. But once again, this is an obvious passing situation. What can Massillon do to move the chains, keep this drive going? Because we all seen it before, especially when Big Walnut gets up at a certain point in time. It's just hard to come back.
The line to gain is the 25 on a screen, working towards it, jukes the tackler, and he's forced out around the spot. I do think he's going to get the first down. And it does make it another Marla Evans Insurance Agency first down after the completion. What an athletic play from Xavier Owens to get over the tackler.
He hit the Y button, Bryce. That is the first time he's seen it all season. That is a disgusting, man, hurdle. Somebody bring the steeples out, man. We got a hurler out here.
So now with 7:41 remaining here in the first quarter, they'll hand it off once again, this time to Owens again. Gets a few, looks to be about 3 as it brings up 2nd and 7.
All right, and if you're Master right now, you was able to prove yourself. You're able to move the chains. Maybe build up a little bit of that confidence. Let's see what the play call is moving forward on what they want to do. That was an interesting play call. The screen, especially back in your end zone like that.
So they are a run-first offense, and they will hand it out, looking to grind it out, but instead it's 3rd down, maybe gets a yard in the process.
And once again, you can just see the penetration by the Big Walnut's defense when they're not able to run the ball efficiently. That front 7's furious, right? But when they're able to get a push, you know, Massillon hasn't been able to do much. Let's see what they do when it's 3rd and uncomfortable for them.
So with the clock ticking at 6:30, it's now 3rd down. 3rd and 5, line to gain is the 37. Receives the snap, Minor there, rolling out. Will slide near the first down marker, but I think he's going to be short, and he is going to be short by just about a yard.
Yeah, Bryce, is when you start to slide that they mark you down as. So as you can see from that replay, he slid down way before that marker.
And so the punting unit coming on for the Tigers. They were quick last time, and it cost them as the snap was way over their head. A little bit of haste to the line of scrimmage again. The snap into the hands of the punter successfully. It's a line drive. Hatfield takes the fair catch, and he fields it at the 27-yard line, and the Big Walnut Golden Eagles will start their second drive in their own territory.
Whew. And that's the best punt, right? When there's nothing that goes wrong. Able to get that bad boy away. Definitely the coach for Massillon is definitely taking his deep breaths, right? Has his paper bag, put it back in his pocket. All right, we can play some defense in a normal setting, in a normal scenario.
So showing quads, now the wide receivers disperse and they go with a more condensed look. The defense just with one safety deep. They give it to Buirley. Buirley stays on his feet across the 40-yard line before he's finally brought down by the shoes. He would have been all the way home with the daylight.
And that is just textbook running by Buirley right there. Able to, as you think he's down, find the play, try to make an extra lunge to get to the end zone. But like how you mentioned, there's one high safety. You can definitely see they're maybe in that cover 3, cover 1. They're kind of trying to put as many people in the box right now, Bryce, to slow him down, especially in those looks right there.
And now Owen Pollock can't hold on to it on a rainy night as he's hit at the legs and it's broken up. It'll bring up second down after the incompletion.
Yeah, that's a tough play to make right there, Bryce. You know, hit his hands, but it is raining. But you got to bring that in. You got to bring that in right there. Let's see what the play call is going to be now with a 2nd and 10.
Line to gain is the 48 of the Tigers here on 2nd down and 10. Shift some guys around once more. Grinding it up the middle, bounces off a blocker. Now on 3rd down, they'll have a manageable medium gain to go.
And that was just a great run right there. Able to find a hole, nice seam for Buirley to cut up, get a couple to make this a little more 3rd and manageable. Definitely off schedule. Interested to see what's going to be the play call for Big Walnut. Won't be surprised if they go to the rollout action, especially towards the sidelines.
Just 31% on 3rd down, and it's over the head of Pollock and incomplete. No flags thrown, so it'll bring up 4th down and 6. They're sending someone off the field, making the motion like it was an ejection, but I don't think it was that.
Yeah, that was interesting, Bryce. I've never seen that gesture before.
It was like a baseball ejection.
Yeah, maybe just put him in the ice box for a couple plays.
So here on 4th down. Buirley to punt. Now the snap is high and it is deep. Fair caught, brought down at the 18-yard line. That one received by Deontay Malone. Great job of getting low to make sure he really had full possession over that.
Ooh, don't want to drop that one, Bryce. Special teams, it's 3rd of the game, Bryce. It's a 3rd of the game. And you already kind of see how it can backfire when you have a misfire, right? So you want to make sure you just do everything to the fundamentals, right? Every detail.
So on their own 18 as they start with the Marla Evans Insurance Agency 1st down. And they'll go with the lone backfield. Patterson onto the design QB run, bounces out wide. It's actually Owens on the Wildcat formation. They finally push him out of bounds at the 45. It'll be a healthy pickup of over 20 yards.
Right, Bryce. So sometimes you need to get your players to make plays, right? Don't overcomplicate it, right? Owens is the guy on their team, so they got the ball in his hands. There's a nice Wildcat formation, and had him run towards where the blockers are going, right? It's simple as that. As you see, it was a great pickup by them, and I'm interested to see how else they're going to get him involved in the offense.
Same formation. They'll put a man in motion, hand it off to the wide receiver. Struggles to stay on his feet, and he does, cutting through a couple of tacklers, works it all the way up to the 46-yard line before he's finally brought down, and it'll be second and short.
Good greediness on that play, Bryce. People thought he was down right there, but able to pick it up after a few broken tackles. Making it second down and very much manageable. I think it's 2nd and 3 at the moment. Interesting to see. Now you can open up the playbook. If you're Massillon, what do you want to call?
Inside of Big Walnut territory. They'll hand it off to Owens. Owens gets through, but a flag is thrown towards where the tackler made the tackle. We'll see what the call is. And a holding call is going to go against the Tigers. So a break for Big Walnut. This was a reoccurring theme last year where Tigers really struggled with those holding and false start penalties. And anytime they were in striking distance, it took them out.
And if you want to play deeper into November, Bryce, and maybe into December, you can't have many of those. Now this puts you way back behind schedule.
2nd and 12.
2nd and 12, right? Interesting to see what's going to come from their play calling. As we said, the playbook was wide open. Now it gets a little more shut. You got to be decisive what you want to call right now.
Patterson back in the game. They'll give it to Owens. Owens picks up about 6 yards, and at midfield he's brought down. He'll have about 6 more to go here on 3rd down.
All right, it was just 2nd and 3. In a 6-yard gain, we'll definitely move the chains. You had a 6-yard gain, and now it's 3rd and 6. These are the things that can kill you in stall drives, Bryce. You have to stay in tune. Let's see what they call it. Haven't had much success in the passing right now.
And the hard count. The Golden Eagles want a false start while the Tigers want an offsides. 3 wide receivers to the left. They give it to Owens again. Owens fighting, but gets near the 1st down marker. We'll see if they give it to him, and I think they will. In fact, they do.
Kudos to the Tigers, able to get back on schedule and then pick up the 1st down. Moving the chains, right? Like you said, this is going to be an old school backyard brawl. You got to throw some jabs. Got to throw some haymakers. And that was just a nice, cool jab right there. Able to do what they do best, which is run the ball, especially up that kind of that A and B gap. Able to pick up a 1st down.
So out of the pistol once more. They'll give it again to Owens, who bounces out to the left this time. Picks up about 3 yards, and it'll bring up 2nd down. So continuing to keep the marker moving.
Definitely. It just seems like every time we think he's going to be tackled for a loss, he makes a cut, he breaks a tackle, and it's a 3 or 4 yard gain. Able to keep on pace.
So here on 2nd down, 2nd and 8. Different ball carrier, who was stopped just short of the 1st down marker. The ball carrier that time was Anthony McMullen Jr.
And then once again, Bryce, able to find that success throughout the lines. 3rd and 3, right? Pushing that Big Walnut front 7 around. We haven't seen this a lot this season, except for that 1st game in Waterston.
Here on 3rd down, they're able to pick it up, but not much more. The chains will move, but that's all they need.
Definitely. Just chopping away. Oh, it's sometimes just ironic, right? When you're Big Walnut, you do this to so many opposing teams, but when it happens to you, it's not so fun,
yeah.
Right? So it's just nice when it's nice if you're Massillon, right? You're able to kind of beat Big Walnut at their game.
So on a Marla Evans Insurance Agency first down with 1 minute remaining in the first quarter. They'll hand it off to McMullen again. McMullen stays on his feet after fighting off the tackler, continuing to stay up, but right around the 29-yard line is where they'll blow the play dead. He was able to break loose, but I think it's because the tackler is disengaged.
Yeah. And he doesn't want to go down, right? Right. This is only the first quarter. It's interesting to see how this game prolongs. It's colder, it's raining, right? How is this going to develop when it's third quarter, fourth quarter, when people aren't as excited to make those tackles at the line?
So here on 2nd and 7, the line to gain is the 23. After the hard count, they'll take the snap, handing it off to McMullen again, looking to bounce out wide, but brought down instead. Tackler Dallas Beal was there in a hurry.
Definitely able to kind of cut through the line, able to make a great tackle. Still a pickup, but now it's once again the obvious pass situation that Mass is not really too comfortable with.
So, Big Walnut leading 7-0 over the Massillon Tigers. Stay with.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
Third down and just 6. They'll hand it off. Getting through. He's going to be all the way home. Xavier Owens with the touchdown.
Oh, man, he's able to carve up that defense, right? And I thought Thanksgiving was next week, Bryce. That is crazy.
Taking another look at that one. Just a simple handoff. Voracious runner able to get through. Fantastic blocks by the offensive line, and Xavier Owens has himself 6.
I don't think he was touched right there, Bryce, right? He was just able, I just want to see his foot pattern as he was able to go through that touchdown, because he was just like on a skateboard. He was leaning one way, leaning the other way. The balance of his running is really impressive.
So that one will just sneak through the upright. We are all squared away at 7 here in the second quarter. Stay with us.
Live and free coverage of Big Walnut Athletics, proudly presented by the Sunbury Fraternal Order of Eagles, serving the community since 1898.
So don't think they were going to run away with it just so easy. The Tigers on the board for the first time tonight as they kick it away. Xavier Owens touchdown carry, an explosive one. Big Walnut calling for the fair catch just across the 20-yard line as they begin their first drive of the second quarter.
All right, Bryce. We haven't seen Big Walnut in these situations in a long time. Interested to see what the play calling is, right? Kind of, once again, it's just old school backyard brawl. And as you can see, yeah, just haven't been able to pull away. Usually, especially in the second quarter, there's no one that had these explosive second quarters, but
Buirley in motion, they'll hand it off to him. Has just 21 yards on 4 carries so far. Runs into a brick wall, and he's brought down after a pickup of maybe 1.
And once again, you can definitely tell that Massillon had Buirley circled, right? Anybody but him today. And as you see, when they get him behind or even a short game, you can see the energy that they have. They take a lot of pride in that. They want to slow him down at any means necessary.
4 wide receivers, they'll look to pass towards the sideline, just able to pull it in. A great grab there. That one, Gavin Harrington pulling it in.
Bryce, that is a nice catch. That's all hands right there. Right, look how he caught that off his body, going away. Man, you can tell he's been catching balls all summer long. Especially he took the ball, emptied his water bottle on it in the summer to practice for situations like this, Bryce. That was not an easy catch, especially when it's raining.
Just the second completed pass of the night. Stumpf is now 2 for 4, but one of them was for a touchdown. 5 on the play clock. They'll give it to Buirley. No, they're going to pass, and he'll just get rid of it as the defense was there. And Stumpf wanting a late hit or roughing the passer penalty. I think you might have a case.
Let's see what it is.
So they're going to send Eli Stumpf away. Showed frustration with the official.
And I can understand the frustrations, Bryce. That's one of those unfortunates of football play. It's kind of hard to tell some guys to pull back, especially when you have the ball in right there. You want to take care of yourself, but.
So here on second down, Barnicut in at quarterback. Buirley, a little bit healthier of a gain, but only about 3 yards as it brings up third down and medium third down. It's been a problem all year long for him, just 30% entering tonight's game.
And you got to be efficient, and you're not doing yourself any favors when it's third and I'll probably say, 7, right? It's obvious passing situations. They can pass the ball, but when the defense you don't have the threat of running the ball right here, you give the defense able to kind of play a little more softer coverage and make your quarterback make some difficult throws.
And Stumpf will pass, rolling out. Can't stay up, though. He's brought down on the sack, and now it's 4th down.
Once again, we're able to see that Big Walnut loves this, rolling out, right? It makes the passing concepts much more easier to read for a quarterback. But when you have an aggressive defense, as Massillon has, and you're able to shoot those gaps, as you saw, it doesn't create a lot of protection for your quarterback. And Stumpf was on the island. He missed one. He broke one tackle, but once another person came through, it was bad news bears for Big Walnut.
So Nolan Buirley will line up on his own 20 to punt it away. He does, in fact, get it away. And it'll bounce to about the 38-yard line, and the Tigers will begin.
All right, if you haven't seen Big Walnut in this situation, right, Massillon has a chance to take the advantage on them right here, right now. It's interesting to see what they're going to come out to. You already know what they're going to do. They want to run the ball, but how are they going to run it? Maybe it's a stretch. Maybe it's in a wildcat formation. But you can tell I wouldn't be surprised if we see them even take a shot, right? Just to keep the defense honest.
So packing it in with 2 linebackers in the box, 1 outside. They'll look towards the right-hand side, cutting back towards the middle, picks up about 4 in the process. Good gain will make it 2nd and 6.
And the way he's able to maneuver through the line, Bryce, is truly special, right? It's just like seeing both of these talented running backs tonight. It's truly something. It's good football, especially in these November Ohio conditions. You need to have a good, strong run game.
That they do as they give it to him again. TJ Miner able to slip the blocker right away, and they will rule him down, but a late flag is going to be thrown.
And that looks like it might be some extracurriculars for Big Walnut, Bryce.
Take another look just one more time.
Let's see.
Yeah, TJ Miner.
Look, Bryce, I understand. It gets chippy, but you just can't do that. The play was over. It was dead. And as soon as a player got up, he pushed him.
So TJ Miner will be subbed out of the game after the penalty, and it'll make it a 1st down for the Tigers all the way at the 44 of the Golden Eagles.
All right, you see what is a play call. They get a fresh set of downs right here.
Owens once more behind the blocker, still blocking outside, sees daylight across the 20, across the 10. Xavier Owens with his 2nd touchdown of the night. Washington leads the way.
Wow. Bryce, it's just one of those things, right? You think those penalties aren't big, but when that happens the next play, it's a tie changer. Cool heads win hot games, and for Massillon to have an answer right after that penalty right there just shows the discipline, the resilience, like we said in the pregame, you need to have.
So lining up for the PAT, we'll put them up 14-7 if it's through, and in fact it is. So the Washington Tigers leading the way 14-7 over the Big Walnut Golden Eagles with 8:11 remaining here in the 2nd quarter. Stay with us.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
So, in a rare turn of events, Big Walnut on the trailing end, 14-7, as the Washington Tigers lead with 8:11 remaining here in the 2nd quarter. They will end up taking it at the 27, eventually wrestled down across the 30-yard line. Big Walnut will get decent enough field position as they're looking to get this back to even.
All right, let's see how Big Walnut responds. Like you said, this is something that they're not used to, being down. You have to be a little more decisive in your play calling, right? You can't have a quick 3 and out right here, right now, because if you get down maybe 2 scores, they have to kind of get away from their comfort zone, which is running the ball. They want to keep this very competitive, and they have to make every down count.
So Stumpf will take it. Buirley on the counter, spin move, stays up. And that's more like it for Buirley as he's able to pick up at least 5, and now it's 2nd and short.
All right, as you can see, no, man, don't do that, right? Big Walnut was able just to get back to their roots, like you said, pushing guys where they don't want to go. Let's see if they're able to have that continued success on 2nd down.
2nd and 4, and there's an offsides. And it looks like the call will be confirmed. So Big Walnut earns themselves a free 1st down.
All righty. It's always nice when the defense moves the chains for you, right, Bryce? That is a good one right there. Taking sometimes the hype out and use it against your opponent. They know they want to get to Buirley, especially at that first down run. Have a nice hard count, draw them off sides, get some free yards.
So here on a Marla Evans Insurance Agency first down, they'll reset on their own 43. Nolan takes it, spins, falls back just a little bit. They're trying to wrestle it out of his hands. He'll get positive yardage, but not much. There is a man slow to get up. It looks like that one is a Tiger, Isaac Maxheimer, the tight end and defensive lineman. So a quick injury timeout as they tend to the man. They do end up picking him up. Just a little bit of a limp, but he runs off to the sidelines. Good to see.
Always a good sign, Bryce. Maybe it was just a cramp.
So on second down, 2nd and 8, the line to gain will be the 47 of the Tigers as Big Walnut sits on their own 45. So back to the line of scrimmage, out of the gun. They'll look to pass on the screen, pump fake, Stumpf in trouble. He'll just throw it away towards the Tigers sideline. It'll be incomplete, but a late hit flag.
This one might be the roughing the passer he went a little earlier, Bryce.
And so we'll see what they rule. Yeah, roughing the passer going against the Tigers, so another free first down, and this is starting to look a little bit like last year's game.
If you're Massillon, you got to keep your head on straight right here. Have a little discipline, right? And just once again, you gave up 2 first downs on the series so far, and you have Big Walnut right where you want them. You got to be able to capitalize, right? But giving them 3 first downs, we know that this is a team you don't want to spot too many yards because their yards turn into points.
10 yards inside of Tiger territory here on first down from the 40 and into the neutral zone, but not far enough. The officials say they'll hand it off. Buirley following a blocker, stays on his feet after being tripped up. They're going to wrestle him down after all is said and done. They'll finally blow the whistle after he picks up 3.
And once again, the tenacity of Buirley, able to try to pick up anything he can. He knows this is a grinded out game. Every yard matters, right? And kudos to him. Able to, even though those 3-yard gains, the cloud of dust, those turn into 6-yard gains next half. Maybe a long touchdown when you lull up the defense to sleep. This is a grinded out game, Bryce.
Halfway through the second quarter, 2nd and 7. The line to gain is the 30. Stumpf will look to pass, all alone in the backfield, looking for Buirley, but Buirley's going to trip along the sideline. It'll be incomplete. But do we have a flag, maybe?
Yeah, ineligible man downfield.
So we'll take another look, and just so tempting for those guys to move past that little buffer zone. And the penalties decline, so it brings up 3rd down instead.
Interesting to see what they come out right here, Bryce. Trips out to the boundary side of the field right now. Let's see if they go back to that rollout concept.
Stepping up, bounces off the tackler. Stumpf just trying to stay alive. Instead, he's brought down deep inside the backfield for a sack.
Man, look, we've seen Stumpf make a lot of these plays this season, but I don't think he's seen the speed as his defense, right? there's so many times we see some break that sack attempt, right? He's able to find Brody down the field, a touchdown, because the play breaks down. It's hard to cover people for 7-8 seconds. But when you have another person coming at you who's just as fast, it gets harder when you break that first tackle, right? Kudos to Massillon for able to play lights-out defense on 3rd down, having a great rush to make Stumpf uncomfortable.
So inside the 10 is where they'll try to pin him. He's able to get away from a few tacklers. Across the 25 is where he'll be brought down. Tough to see, but maybe a flag thrown.
No flags at this moment, Bryce.
Yeah, nothing. So Massillon will work to extend the lead beyond 1 score.
And once again, we see TJ back on the field to see if he's able to get, I would say redemption, right? He had that play which led to the touchdown before. I know he's frustrated. I know he's willing to make a play. I'm interested to see how he's going to respond, Bryce.
Handing it off again. Owens on his 17th rush. He already has 161 yards on the game, but that won't do him any favors as he loses a few.
And right, it's one of those things like once again, this Big Walnut front seven's ferocious, right? Able to get that push, make a tackle for behind the line of scrimmage, start this series off right on the defensive side of the ball. Pushing this offense behind schedule. Once again, they're going to need more plays like this if they want to get the ball back and put some points on the board.
Pressure's there.
Oh, wow.
Gets a hand on it, but Owens corrals it. Gets back to the original line of scrimmage. A long flag thrown by the official by midfield.
It's looking like Owens a little slow to get up, too.
Still a lot of discussion. There is a man down. Tending to him. Still looking for the white cap to make the call.
Looks like he's going to be holding here, Bryce.
In fact, you are right. So that'll back him up. A whole huddle of guys around the man down.
You guys start playing for chicken fingers, Bryce. I've been on fire tonight.
So pause in the action as they work to get, and it is indeed Owens that was the down man. He's on his feet and limping towards the sideline. That would be a huge blow to this Washington Tigers offense.
Right. Hopefully there's nothing wrong. He's able to come back, be healthy.
Owens with 2 touchdowns, the only 2 touchdowns for the Tigers so far. 158 yards on 17 carries. It's just under 10 yards a carry. Those are Nolan Buirley numbers.
Sheesh. Owens might come to you, talk to you after the game, and say, no, those are Owens numbers, Bryce.
2nd and 21, and it'll be 3rd and very, very long, probably 3rd and 18.
Yeah, once again, not able to get that push. 3rd and about California, Bryce. I'm interested to see what they're going to be in the play. What's the play call going to be? You know this team doesn't like to pass the ball too much, but you're going to have to pass the ball in this one. They went to the screen last time. Let's see what they go to this time going forward.
Trying to draw them offside just to gain 5 more to help their cause. No dice this time. Now they get the play. 4 wide receivers out. They'll hand it off once again. Trying to fight forward through the safeties. Gets the first down. He's looking towards the end zone across midfield. There's a deep flag thrown towards the other 40. Struggles to stay on his feet, but finally brought down at the 15 by the shoelace.
Oh, wow. Halfback draw.
And they are not leaving. I think this one's going to get called back. The offense still all the way down by the other end zone. And that is the case. This one is called back. A massive play for the Tigers that likely would have led to a touchdown. They were well inside the red zone of the Golden Eagles, and now instead it'll be 3rd and an absolute mile, knocking on the door of their own end zone.
When you talk about bad against the worst, Bryce, that looked like an incredible run, but why it looks so incredible? Because somebody was holding, right? That is very unfortunate if you're a Massillon, but you're clicking your heels if you're the Big Walnut Golden Eagles right now. Well, it seemed like they were really determined not to pass the ball that last play call, Bryce, but at this point in time, I'll be really shocked to see how could they not, right?
Yeah. And another sideline warning.
Wow.
So 5 more yards as it was their 2nd of the game.
What do they say? When it rains, it pours, and that's the only thing that's pouring tonight.
The line to gain is the 36-yard line. They're on their own 15.
Look, I know I said 3rd in California earlier, but this really is 3rd in California, Bryce. You gotta throw the ball here or something, right? Wouldn't be surprised if they even just ran the ball as well, just to get some space for the punter.
They will pass. They'll step up in the pocket, looking for any room. Patterson crosses the line of scrimmage and finally brought down out of bounds along the Big Walnut sideline.
And once again, there was just nothing open down the field, and once he kind of tucked the ball, wasn't able to find something, you can definitely tell that as soon as they got off schedule right there, he was very uncomfortable, Bryce.
And so it looks like they will take a timeout. And so with that, we will take a quick break. We'll join you for 4th down.
Live and free coverage of Big Walnut Athletics, proudly presented by the Sunbury Fraternal Order of Eagles, serving the community since 1898.
And a huge, we'll see what it is. We have the replay for you, but a tough play all the way at the 4. We'll see what they end up ruling it.
Wow, Bryce, that was insane. They always say when you hear two punts, that's a bad ordeal. As you see, 1-2.
Coming up with it, he pitches it. I think it's a forward lateral.
Yeah. Can't have too many sour points on that one, Bryce.
We'll take a look at it one more time here on 4th down. So it was Heisel that ended up coming up with the block. And it was Cole Swanger who ended up coming up with the fumble recovery.
Look, Bryce, like I said, special teams, just a third of the game. You have to capitalize on them in the playoffs. Massillon has not so far. And every time they have not, Big Walnut has been within striking distance.
So they'll give it to Buirley. Buirley puts his head down at the 5-yard line. A whole host of white jerseys on him as he's brought down. And it's not a goal scenario. They can get a first down at the 1-yard line.
And look at that. Buirley just has a head of steam. They're revved up, Bryce. They can feel it, right? They're down. They can strike right before half. And it's really 0-0 when you start at it. But you got to put points on the board right here, Bryce.
Alone backfield, Buirley on the motion. They'll give it to Stump. Stump through the middle for the end zone. Eli Stump on the touchdown.
All right, little Houdini action right there. Where did he go? If you blink, you might miss him, Bryce. And as you can see through the replay right there, a nice little pull action. You can see Buirley comes in. Everybody looks at him. Once again, I'm over here. What? He's over there. Oh, wait. Stump walked into the touchdown once again. That is classic Big Walnut offense. Where are they going to score? We don't know. It could be Stump. It could be Brody. It could be Buirley. But you know one thing, Bryce. They're going to walk through that touchdown if you like it or not.
Threw for the 20th touchdown, passing touchdown of his season in the first quarter. Now the 7th rushing touchdown of his season with this one. Piles sends it through the uprights, and we are all squared away once again.
Searching for stationery that feels personal? Make it truly inspired. From custom wedding invitations and greeting cards to business stationery and gifts, every design from Truly Inspired Paper Company is handcrafted in Ohio. Whether you're celebrating a milestone, saying thanks, or sharing everyday joy, we make it easy to create something beautiful and memorable. Visit trulyinspiredpaperco.com and make every message truly inspired.
So Big Walnut evens the count at 14 after an Eli Stump rushing touchdown, having to get creative as he improvised through the line of scrimmage, but it was good for an 8-yard touchdown. Now at the 7-yard line, they'll get it started. It's Malone, the carrier, another deep flag. We'll see where it is, and if it's against the receiving team, it was far away from where the ball carrier was. It was around where he caught it. They're pointing towards the Tigers. I think it's going to go against them. And it is. So a holding call going against Massillon Washington. That'll be their 7th penalty for 136 yards.
It's hard to win a lot of games like that, Bryce. You gotta stay disciplined, like we said. Now it turns something you could be maybe a little more aggressive in your play calling, and now you have to be a little more conservative, especially what happened in their last turnabout when the offense was on the field. There's not a lot of room for error.
Giving it again, hitting the tacklers and fighting for a few more yards. It'll be a healthy pickup of at least 5 as it's now 2nd down. It's a minute 33 as the clock stops. I think it's going to be a timeout called. When's the last time we saw some situational football, Josh?
Couple weeks, man, right? Since before Halloween.
Couple weeks, couple months,
Yeah, right? So it's been one of those situations. I'm interested to see, once again, both these teams playing some meaningful football right now. Good on good, as we like to say it, in football land. Doesn't get much better, man. Football November, hanging out, watching the Golden Eagles. What else could you ask for?
Minute 33 remaining here in the second, and not a bad night for football. Cold, a little balmy, but I think the rain slowed down just a little bit. Both sides absolutely packing the stands.
Definitely. Both teams travel well. And I'll have to say one thing, this Zanesville facilities is top-notch, Bryce. Really nice, actually. That big Z in the middle of the field is amazing.
So Big Walnut called their 2nd as they want the ball back, having trouble with it. Patterson's on the ground. They'll touch him. It'll be 3rd down and long after the miss snap.
We just said stop raining, but maybe that ball still wet when it touched the turf because he was not able to bring that in, Bryce. Now it's 3rd down. It seemed like they call a timeout for Big Walnut, so they want to capitalize on this. So Massillon's just not able to run out the clock, but wow. If you're Massillon, what's the play call, right?
I mean, you were worked all the way within just about 5 yards of the first down marker. Now 3rd and 11.
Oh, man. Whew, they just have not been able to catch a break these last 2 offensive drives. I definitely think they're ready to head into halftime to kind of think about some things, some realignments, because so far, within this last probably 6 minutes, it has not been the best offensive football for Massillon.
So on the 3rd and 11 with just 90 seconds remaining, if they get the stop here, they'll get the ball back. About 40 seconds remaining in the quarter. They'll have to move quick. Have to watch out for the shot. Throwing it out on the screen, makes the grab, trying to get any yardage at all, but instead he's going to be stopped well short. The receiver, Gio Jackson Jr.
Yeah, trying to run the screen out there, and Big Walnut was able to snuff that out as soon as it got going. Bryce, nothing really developed from right there, and once again, you have to be locked in if you're Massillon right now. There's been so many catastrophic failures on their special teams. You have to tune in, Bryce, because once again, they can get another block right here. There's 14 points. If they did not have any mishaps on their special teams or punt, they'll be up probably 14-0 right now, Bryce.
So they'll call a timeout with just 1 second remaining on the play clock. So with 42.8, we'll have a timeout. We'll take a quick break for what should be the last drive of this second quarter.
Searching for stationery that feels personal? Make it truly inspired. From custom wedding invitations and greeting cards to business stationery and gifts, every design from Truly Inspired Paper Company is handcrafted in Ohio. Whether you're celebrating a milestone, saying thanks, or sharing everyday joy, we make it easy to create something beautiful and memorable. Visit trulyinspiredpaperco.com and make every message truly inspired.
So 4th and 3, well inside their own territory. The Washington Tigers will punt after calling the timeout. 42.8 and now ticking. Hatfield's going to take the fair catch at the 42. So pretty good yardage if they want to go for it.
37 seconds left. Interesting to see what they'll come out, especially if you haven't seen Stump kick it. For place kick, you haven't seen a field goal attempt in a long time for Big Walnut. So who knows? Maybe they just try to get maybe 1 or 2 first downs to get more field goal range. Every point matters, especially in this contest, Bryce.
So it's a Marla Evans Insurance Agency and a timeout called by Massillon. That will be their second. They'll have 1 remaining here in the half. We'll take a quick second to thank our sponsors who support our live and free coverage of the OH Report and local high school sports. I'd like to thank Helpline of Delaware and Morrow Counties in 988. Are you a friend or a family member struggling with depression, thoughts of suicide, or other mental health concerns? Helpline is here to listen 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Call or text our free confidential suicide and crisis lifeline at 988. Or text Helpline to 898-211. Sunbury Christian Church is about relationship, not religion. Reichert Express Sunbury. Shop Reichert Used Cars right here in Sunbury at Reichert Express Used Cars right next to Tanger Outlets. We're dealing Stover Excavation, Incorporated residential and commercial excavation service for the greater Columbus area since 2000s. Marla Evans Insurance Agency, Knox Community Hospital, in the community for the community. Sunbury Fraternal Order of Eagles, 3614, serving the Sunbury community, proud supporter of Big Walnut football. New members are always welcome in Truly Inspired Paper Company. Here comes the holidays. Shop our 2025 holiday collection online at trulyinspiredpaperco.com. So taking the snap here on first down, firing it over the middle. Hatfield making the reception. They'll have to get to the line quick. They were able to get the first down. It'll stop until they get to the line of scrimmage.
All right. This is what we say, race car, race car, race car. Let's see what they're gonna see if we spike it. Yeah.
Yep. That's what they'll do. So they're at the 30-yard line. So second down, probably looking for another completion. It'd be about 47 yards from here. 26.7 remaining. Second and 10.
Yep.
Looking towards the sideline, Brody Hatfield cutting back, and he'll run out of bounds just at the half mark of the 21 and the 20.
I already want to tell you, I'm gonna tell you some football nerd stuff. That was some, you can tell definitely by that motion, they were reading if they were in zone or man. As you see, as Brody was running back and nobody was following him, it was obvious this is a zone play call. So as he snapped the ball, it was a simple pitch and catch for stuff from Brody, because he saw they were in man, hit him in the flat, go to the boundary, get out of bounds. Classic football right there, Bryce. That is amazing.
So 3rd and 1 with 21.1 remaining. They'll pass over the middle. Great read. Dallas Beal comes down with the catch. 16 seconds remaining till they get to the line of scrimmage. They'll have to spike it again. They get down, and that's exactly what they do. So they'll stop the clock with 12.8 remaining as it's now second down. They're at the 16-yard line.
All right, Bryce, it's interesting to see. They probably have maybe 1, 2 plays if you're lucky. Let's see what they call right here. It has to be either incomplete, out of bounds, or a touchdown. Could be interception as well, but let's not try to think about that if you're a Big Walnut. Let's see what they come out as well.
If they do have to kick, it'll be 33 yards.
And they're kind of in the middle of the field, too, so you don't want to run out or maybe have a run and maybe it'd be offset. So I can definitely see maybe a quick pass to the boundary, maybe a corner or something of that nature. Like, once again, they love that roll out. I wouldn't be surprised if they rolled out to just have some simple passing concepts. You don't have a lot of time, but you do have enough to have a quality play developed and maybe take a shot at the end zone, Bryce.
And if they aren't able to get the touchdown here, you get the sense that going into the locker room, they'd be just as happy with the field goal. I mean, coming into the locker room, winning that middle 8, coming in with the past 2 scores, I mean, that's got to feel good.
That's exactly what you want, and that's exactly how you win games, Bryce. Once again, capitalizing on your opponent's mistakes, winning that middle 8 right there. Even walking, like you said, walking away 3, any type of points that get you ahead. That is crucial.
So 12.8 remaining in the second quarter here. It's 2nd and 10 on the 11. Be 28 yards if he had to kick it. 4 wide receivers. They'll look to pass. Has to get rid of it. Receiver in the area. They do not call the intentional grounding, as I think he was still probably in the tackle box.
Yeah, you know, I feel like there was maybe a little hold there too, not really a catchable ball. These late half game scenarios can get so dicey sometimes, Bryce. Sometimes you just want to let them play. But see, like, looking like they're going for the kick right now, Bryce.
Yeah, Owen Piles lining up to kick the field goal. So to give them a 3-point lead going into the locker room. Snap, it's up. And it just gets through. So Big Walnut now leads 17-14.
Searching for stationery that feels personal? Make it truly inspired. From custom wedding invitations and greeting cards to business stationery and gifts, every design from Truly Inspired Paper Company is handcrafted in Ohio. Whether you're celebrating a milestone, saying thanks, or sharing everyday joy, we make it easy to create something beautiful and memorable. Visit trulyinspiredpaperco.com. and make every message truly inspired.
So 4.2 remaining as they kick it away. It's a squib kick that he has trouble with. It eats him up a little bit around the 10-yard line. That will expire time in the second quarter as he's brought down at the 21. Big Walnut will get the ball back after half as they lead 17-14 over the Massillon Tigers. Stay with us.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
some of our favorite swing music. Our first number is one of the most iconic jazz standards ever written, and is widely credited with popularizing the term swing in jazz. Composed by Duke Ellington, the first recorded in 1932, the song emphatically declares, "It don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing." Hey band, are you ready to swing? The song has been recorded by countless artists over the years, but it's probably most recognized as the theme song for the Harlem Globetrotters. Tonight, we feature our senior majorette, Regan Lustig, to the unmistakable sounds of Sweet Georgia Brown. Massillon Tigers Swing Band.
marching band would like to present a halftime of some of your favorite pop tunes. We open with the 2009 Lady Gaga hit, Bad Romance. Now move on to the Green Day hit from 2005. Here is Holiday. Performance with music from the movie Slumdog Millionaire. Here is Jai Ho.
Live and free coverage of Big Walnut Athletics proudly presented by the Sunbury Fraternal Order of Eagles, serving the community since 1898.
Searching for stationery that feels personal? Make it truly inspired. From custom wedding invitations and greeting cards to business stationery and gifts, every design from Truly Inspired Paper Company is handcrafted in Ohio. Whether you're celebrating a milestone, saying thanks, or sharing everyday joy, we make it easy to create something beautiful and memorable. Visit trulyinspiredpaperco.com and make every message truly inspired.
Bryce Coder, Joshua Anderson here with the Helpline of Delaware and Morrow County's 988 halftime show. And this is a not so comfortable one for Big Walnut. They're in the lead, but only by 3 by way of an Owen Piles field goal, 17-14. And this is the most competitive game we've seen in a long time. You can feel the blood pumping for the first time in a long time on the home side of Big Walnut.
Definitely, Bryce. You know, there's a lot more people. Seats are in their butts are in their seats. You know, some anxiety a little bit. They don't know what's gonna happen next. And that's how you know it's a great game, right? You hate to see one team lose, but unfortunately, one team has to lose tonight. But it's just been a great case of football all the way around. You know, both teams are having a great electrifying running offense. In spurts, right? You know, Buirley hasn't had the numbers we're used to, but he's had some really impactful runs, especially when they had been set up with those pump blocks, right? So I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued for this next half of football, Bryce. I think we got a nice storybook classic one brewing for us right now.
Taking a look at our halftime stats on our Helpline of Delaware and Morrow Counties in 988 halftime show. Washington with 8 first downs, 20 passing yards, 218 rushing yards, 238 total yards, 1 turnover, and 7 for 136 on penalties was the thorn in their side last season, continuing to prove true tonight. Big Walnut, 6 first downs, 44 passing yards, 38 rushing yards for a total of 82, no turnovers, and 3 for 25 on the penalties. And Big Walnut, while they have the lead, they are struggling to find a way to gain yards.
Definitely, right? It's just one of those things. They've been trying to find every bit of ways. Their defense is stepping up every chance they can get. Special teams has been humongous for them tonight. Offense has to find a way in the second half, Bryce. Some type of spark, right? They have to put some type of points up right here, right now to get some type of cushion. But if not, their defense is they're gonna go to the well once again for their defense. So should be an interesting one, Bryce. Once again, you mentioned earlier the middle 8. Can you win it? The team that usually wins the game. So interesting to see what happens next.
Taking a look at top performers passing, it's Eli Stump, who's 5 for 11 on the night, 44 passing yards and a passing touchdown to Brody Hatfield. Manny Patterson is 2 for 4 with 20 passing yards, no touchdowns. On the rushing front, Nolan Buirley with 10 rushes and 43 yards, good for an average of 4.3 yards per carry. Not in for a touchdown just yet. Xavier Owens, 17 rushes, 159 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns, averaging 9.4 per carry. We did see him go down in the second quarter. I don't think he subbed in before halftime. That will be a question whether or not he is in a position where he's able to finish out the second half of this game.
Yeah, Bryce, that would be huge for them to get him back. You know, you want him, especially in a game like this, you need your star player. But if not, somebody else has to step up. They feel like they, especially with that halfback draw, they had a little bit of electricity, but it was unfortunately called back. Interesting to see who's going to step up for Mass in the second half.
Brody Hatfield, the top receiver, 3 for 24 and 1 receiving touchdown. Xavier Owens just with 1 catch. So this one just hard-nosed, hard-fought football.
Old school, back in my day type of football, but that's what we love, right? A little bit of grit. Ohio football, that's what I like, Bryce. Pushing guys around, running the rock. Should be an interesting time.
And a short kickoff is fielded off of a hop by Buirley, who's brought down at the 35-yard line, and the outfielder using every bit of that baseball ability. So now here in the third quarter, Big Walnut taking over at the 34-yard line. They were the last to score on the field goal, but also had the touchdown to equalize it at 14. Looking to ride the momentum out of the locker room. Pollock in motion, orbits. Buirley still alive, but brought down after a pickup of 3.
And once again, you know, Buirley's just having a rough day today. Making 2 to 3 moves when you're just getting to the line of scrimmage is never something you want to do as a running back. And you feel like he's been doing that all game. So, you know, as we talked about, you know, Mass has just been filling the box. They watch the tape. They said this is Mr. 30 touchdowns this season. But he doesn't get anything against us, right? It's going to be interesting to see what Big Walnut's going to do to respond.
They give it to him again. This time splits the tackler, is brought down for a first down. So good for about 12 yards on the carry as they're near midfield.
Ball spotted on their own 47-yard line.
All right, the Big Walnut offensive line finally got the push they needed right there. And as you can see, Buirley, we've seen this before. Buirley kind of takes a little time sometimes to get things going. That run right there can instill a lot of confidence in the back. Let's see how he can utilize that momentum.
Following the blockers, flag thrown.
Oh, Bryce, this is holding. Yeah,
It is a holding.
yeah. That's what they call that, the drive killer.
Yeah. So it'll back him up. Take one more look after the white cap gives the call.
Now holding. Offense, number 0, 10-yard loss.
So Owen Pollock is the one who gets called for the holding. It's near the top of your screen in the replay. Now it's 1st and 20.
This definitely puts you behind schedule, Bryce. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to respond right here.
Stumpf takes it, hands it off. Another flag thrown.
Ooh. All right, let's see what this one is, Bryce.
Oh, this one's going to go against the Tigers, it looks like. They gave the preliminary call. So illegal hands to the face going against the defense.
That's
Take a look at that one more time.
well, he taketh and he gives right back, right, Bryce?
So now after the penalty, it'll spot him all the way at the Tigers' 49-yard line, and it'll, well, they're figuring that out if they're going to move the chains or not. They are not. So on the 43 is the line to gain. That was like a Derek Jeter kind of shortstop throw. Saw the receiver at the last second as he was rolling out and made kind of a sidearm flip.
Yeah, you know, that's a difficult catch. You know, definitely seemed like Stumpf was trying to get rid of that one. Threw it behind him at that right there. You know, it's kind of hard to ask your receiver come down with that one, Bryce.
2nd and 6 after the penalty. 10:05 remaining here in the 3rd quarter. Receives the snap. Now Buirley, patient with his time, gets near the 1st down marker, still fighting forward, gets the 1st down and more before they finally rule him down just 2 yards across the 1st down marker. The chains will move.
Churn, baby, churn. All right, Buirley is getting ready for takeoff, right? Just seems like he's gearing up to break one off here, Bryce. Seems like each broken tackle, he doesn't want to go down. So we'll see what the Burlinator does in this series going forward. But as you said, Uncle Mo is definitely on the Big Walnut side right now. How can they capitalize on this right now?
Great opportunity to do so as they're on the 42. They give it to him again, jumps over the man on the ground. 3 flags thrown towards the tackle. Not quite sure here, and it might be against Washington. So,
Chop block.
Yeah, chop block. That one going against the Tigers. Still discussing this one before they make the official call.
Cut block.
So a block below the waist. Now we'll take another look at the replay. Oh yeah, you see it right there, clear as day. And the bigger man was the Golden Eagle, Christian Kohler, just trying to get the man down. So add another 15 yards onto the Washington penalty total. Now 1st down, Pollock in motion, 2 wide receivers out to his right. It looks like Beal and Hatfield. Hatfield looking towards the end zone, airs it out, but cannot come down with it. Incomplete. And Hatfield knows what he did. That one, a tough one to let go through his fingertips, but a cold, damp night. But you gotta bring it down.
You know my rule, Bryce, if it hits your hands, what?
Gotta come down with it.
Gotta catch it, right? And it's just so, it just looks weird when Stump and Hatfield aren't able to connect. But, you know, sometimes Batman and Robin don't always see eye to eye, right? And that's okay. But let's see if they're able to bounce right back, right? It's okay. Gotta have the memory of a goldfish, as Ted Lasso likes to say. Next play.
Looking towards the short side. Buirley sneaking out. He's inside the red zone before he's finally pushed out of bounds.
Alrighty, you can hear them revving up, right? They're marching down the field. You can feel the energy on the side of the field, right? Uncle Mo, he's starting to stand up and start to wave his shirt over his head, right? You can see it. You can feel it. Let's see if they're able to punch it in, right? They've been close down here before, haven't been able to capitalize, but let's see how Big Walnut learns from their mistakes and go forward. Every point matters, right? They having 3 would be great, but you definitely know they want 7.
Marla Evans Insurance Agency first down. They send Buirley away. Now Stump cutting back on his feet, brought down at the 3-yard line.
Stump.
But there's a flag thrown on the play.
Look like they're walking back too.
And they are motioning towards the Golden Eagles, so the play will not stand.
Oh, that is tough, Bryce. You hate to see that. You got to stay disciplined, right? We talked about that. But this just changed things drastically, right? Because in a way, that kind of knocked you out of the field goal range at this moment. Still able to get it back, but
now 1st and 20, a lot more to work towards.
Work towards, right? Never want to go backwards when you're in your own red zone, Bryce.
So now they move Pollock to the right side. Looking to pass all alone, makes the reception inside the 10-yard line. Brody Hatfield takes the long way, and it's good for a touchdown.
Batman and Robin. That's what they're known to do. As you can see, he was able to find his best friend in the madness of what the massive defense was. As soon as he caught it, he already knew what he had to do. Just tiptoe into the tulips, into the touchdown. Yo, get out of my way, man. I want to score.
Oh, they're ruling him down at the 1-yard line.
That is tough. You hate when you use a nice catchphrase on a touchdown, right? But hey, nothing like a Golden Eagles right there.
And a direct snap for the touchdown. Cleans it up. The Golden Eagles leading the way 23-14.
Right, you're 17 to 24 is looking real nice right now.
Some rumblings from the home crowd as they line up in the point after. So the Golden Eagles now leading 23-14, lining up for the point after. We have ourselves a 2-score game here in Zanesville.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
So a Golden Eagle touchdown sets them apart by 10, kicking it away with 8:01 remaining here in the third quarter. Big Walnut leads at 24-14. Lining up for the kickoff, and Washington will have to respond here. Going down 10 with halfway through the third quarter is not an ideal situation to be in, but on the kick return, having some trouble. The Golden Eagles finally are able to fight him down along the sideline, and 3 guys have to fall on top to get him down. That was Deontay Malone on the carry.
Did not want to go down. You see the fight of this Massillon team. And they're not going to go around. They're not going to the midnight tonight, Bryce. I can definitely feel that this is far from over, right? And I can definitely see that Massillon is going to be turned up a notch. They have to. They want to stay in this game, right? It's looking like Owens is back into the game. Let's see what kind of magic he's able to bring out of his bag of tricks tonight, Bryce.
Here on first down, they'll give it to Owens. Owens shakes and bakes, picks up about 4, and is brought down.
You can just tell. You can feel it on the offense. They feel more comfortable when he's on the field. The wind back in their sails, if you might want to say. He's a special player. I think it was, what, 158 yards in the first half?
Yeah, in the first half alone, almost over 10 yards a carry.
And he didn't even play the last 8 minutes.
Right. They give it to Owens again, following the blocking scheme. Getting room, he's gone, crossing the 20. No one within 10 yards of him. He's in for a touchdown. Washington responds.
Home run, Bryce. That is insane. When every play he gets the ball is that touchdown effect. Able to cut through the defense, break tackles. Owens is a truly special player. And like we said, Massillon is far from over. It's going to be a grinded out type of game.
And Owens showing an obvious limp coming off the field, but showing no sign of injury during that play.
You know, Bryce, it's one of those games you're just going to, it's going to hurt tomorrow. But today, you're going to have to power through it. It's going to feel 10 times better. You can always ice up watching film tomorrow.
So 21-24 with the Washington Tigers. Touchdown. Big Walnut will get it back with 7:09 remaining here in the third quarter.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
Plot thickens here in the third quarter. 7:09 remaining, and Xavier Owens coming back into the game on the carry. A long touchdown puts them within striking distance, just trailing by 3.
Once again, Bryce, it's an old school backyard brawl. Far from over. Type of class you're going to show your kids to in 15 years, Bryce.
So lining up for the kickoff. They'll keep it short. Buirley will be the one to take it on the 20-yard line. Going head-to-head with tackler Lennox Lemon. But they'll blow the play dead at the 39.
Number 3, Nolan Buirley on the return. Stop made by number 0, Lennox Lemon.
This Deacon definitely tell us getting a little chippy out right now, Bryce.
One of those questions where is that chippiness going to play into the favor of Big Walnut or Washington? Is it going to frustrate Big Walnut, or are the penalties going to continue to reign?
Like I said, cool heads win high games, Bryce. You got to stay cool, show cool, if you want to come out with a win tonight, Bryce.
Wide receiver on either side of him. He calls Harrington in. Now he sends him back. They give it to Buirley. Buirley hits the line. Picks up about a yard.
Once again, just haven't been able to find his usual success tonight, Bryce. Frustrating. But you got to keep going. One of these are going to have to bust through, and when they do, it could be a difference maker. But you're going to have to keep chopping at the wood, as frustrating as it be. This is your Big Walnut. This is your identity, right? Running the rock, pushing guys around. You have to pull up your pants and go to work sometimes. Grab your pail.
One more time to the big man, cutting back inside and gets the first down. Some powerful running by Nolan Buirley, gives himself a Marla Evans Insurance Agency first down.
Right, let's just say right there, sometimes you have to, there's a saying, put the children and kids to sleep and let the big dog eat, right? And as you can see right there, that is just what they had to do. This is as we see, Buirley gets better. He's like wine. He gets better as the time goes on, Bryce. But as he's such a big, formidable back, as this game goes on, you see defenses start to curl away. It's cold out there. Don't want to tackle that big guy.
They'll pitch it out to Buirley. He scored last game on the play.
Yeah.
There's a flag thrown in the backfield.
That's going to be holding
another
right there.
one. There's one well after the play, though. So holding against Big Walnut will back him up, not doing him any favors there. So just the one penalty despite the two flags, and it'll make it 1st and 20. Big Walnut in a tough spot. All the way there, out at the edge on the right side of your screen is where it happened. So now 1st and 20, inside of 6 minutes remaining here in the third quarter. Having no answers to Owens so far, they really need this drive to extend their lead. Harrington backs up into the tackler, and they'll blow it dead, but not before a pickup of about 7, and it'll bring up 2nd down and long.
That was a good first down pickup right there, Bryce. Able to get something back after having 1st and 20.
So it makes it 2nd and 12. The first down marker sits on the 45 of the Tigers. Showing blitz on the outside, they'll send Buirley away. Looking for him on the screen, behind him, and he is drilled. Harrington able to get up right away, but the throw was well behind him.
Oof, that is
And they're gonna talk this over. I don't know what they're discussing, but they're gonna discuss something. Still talking it over. They have not officially spotted the football. I don't see any flags on the field.
Yeah, Bryce, I'm really interested in what they're discussing at this moment.
Take another look while they discuss. If they make a call, we'll talk, or we'll pull it back. Another look on the Reichert Express Used Cars Sunbury instant replay. Now a decision. And so there's a strobe light. Big Walnut's erupting. And so they've flagged down the site supervisor, and they're going to try to figure out who exactly had that strobe light.
I know this sounds crazy, Bryce, but I did see a strobe light on the Massillon side that last play.
And that's the side they're motioning towards. See if you see any flashes.
I don't think we'll be able to see it right that camera shot. It's more in the crowd. You have to kind of be in person to kind of see it, but there I did see a strobe light on the Massillon side. Because I mean, it's a type of light that it just stands out, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh, that's just. I originally thought it was like a camera, you know, like how the back end, like, you know, those Nikon cameras kind of get those action shots, but yeah, when it was kind of going like, it was more than a shutter, you know what I mean? It was like kind of 4 or 5 seconds. I was like, okay, that's either it's a really good camera, but yeah, that was interesting.
And I think the home crowd wanting an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, but they are not going to get it. It's 3rd and 12. They're on their own 43. The first down marker sits at the 45 in enemy territory. 4:40 remaining here in the 3rd quarter. 4 wide receivers, and they'll pass. Pressure right away. A low pass is going to be incomplete, and it brings up a long 4th down.
Yeah, it looked like that was kind of looked like, I wanted to say a screen at first, but it just looked like they didn't really get anything going on like they wanted to. Bryce tried to hit the check down right there, just wasn't able to connect.
So they'll have to punt it.
Yeah, that was an interesting play call from the Golden Eagles right there.
Special teams have been stellar for him so far. Buirley skips it and kicks it away. A fair catch at the 26-yard line. And the question for the Big Walnut defense is, what are they going to do about Xavier Owens?
Oh, brother, I don't know, but they had to figure it out very soon, because the way he's cutting up on this defense, he probably deserves a ticket, because that just should not be legal, Bryce.
So they rule him down at the 28-yard line. Owens in at running back, still showing a little bit of a limp. Patterson lines up the offense. Taking the snap, they'll pass, a short one. Malone pummeled at the 26, and it'll be a loss of 2.
Yeah, once again, trying to find that wide receiver's tunnel screen, just wasn't able to really get any type of anything going on that play right there, Bryce. You know, it's just kind of hard. They just keep passing the ball east and west. Eventually, they're going to have to maybe take a shot north and south. But, you know, when you have Owens as your running back, it kind of, you don't have to make too many plays down the field passing the ball.
So now here on 2nd and 10, play clock at 5. Takes the snap. It's a bit high. He holds on to it, though. Rolling out, looking over the head. Dallas Beal comes up with the incompletion, the deflection. So 3rd and long, 3rd and 10 to be exact, as they throw on back-to-back plays.
Interesting for the Massillon Tigers right there, right? I was expecting a run on that play. I'm not going to lie, Bryce, but they took a shot north and south, like I would say critiqued them on right there. Good ball, but just wasn't able to connect. Great defense. But now you're in obvious passing situations. What are they going to come out in, and what is the play?
The snap, they give it to Owens. Owens looking towards the left side, has some blockers, gets the first down and about a yard more before he finally runs out of bounds and avoids contact.
Oof, he made contact right there. As you can see, he kind of stiff-armed somebody. Oh, brother. Is that Nolan? Oh, man. This is like he's used to be on the other side of that bad boy, but once again, you know, that just shows the trust that they have in the back. 3rd and long, and you hand it off to your back, and he easily gets a first down. That is a luxury you love to have.
Up the gut, Owens smacked, but picks up 4.
And then once again, Owens just able to figure himself out through this line, you know. 4 yards on first down, great. That's what you're asking for. But it seems like he's just been running with ease. He's easily over 200 yards at this point in time.
And a flag thrown. Yeah, it'll be false start against the Tigers. So that will be their 10th penalty of the game.
Oh, I can hear the student section right now. You can't do that. Clap, 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 clap. You can't do that, Bryce. That's a false start. He was just a little too early to the party. But once again, you know, when you have Owens as your back, you can run it and you get back on schedule. This is interesting to see what the play call is going to be moving forward.
Massillon now with 176 penalty yards on the game. That's more than Big Walnut has in offense. But a timeout will be called. So with the timeout, we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with you.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
.238 remaining here in the third quarter. It's 2nd and 11. Takes it right up the gut on the design carry. Savior Owen thrown to the ground, 7 yards behind the line of scrimmage. And they have to help him up. He is in a lot of pain.
Yeah, Bryce, he's been putting the Tigers on his back and going to the Owen well. Sometimes the well comes a little dry in that play. 3rd down and long.
14, yeah.
Let's see what the play call is.
Savior Owens subbed out after the tackle. Getting the count, play clock at 8. 2 linebackers in the box, 4 defensive backs. They'll look to pass. Patterson over the middle.
Yeah.
This one's intercepted. Taking it all the way back. Brady Taylor shakes the tackle. He's at the 35 of the Tigers before he slammed at the 31.
Oh, Bryce, that is a good one. Brady Taylor's been doing what he's doing all season long. He hit that spin 2 times. I need to replay one more time with that, Bryce. That's nuts, man. Jeez Louise.
There is a man down. It looks like it's a Tiger. Brady Taylor, though, with his 10th interception on the season, that puts him in double digits.
Jeez, man. He has 2 handfuls. My little nephew Joe will probably say he has this many interceptions, right? That's just crazy, right? But once again, the Golden Eagles defense coming up big. Once again, putting their offense in a great position to make a play. You know, it's unfortunately when Owens came out, everybody in the stadium knew they were going to run the ball in the halfback draw. So the defense put their ears back and got after the quarterback, and as you can see, he was hit as he threw. Taylor capitalized on the play. Classic textbook Big Walnut defense. They put you in a shell, no pun intended.
So now 1st and 10 on the 32 in enemy territory. They'll send Buirley away, looking towards the sideline. Harrington pulls it down. A highlight grab for Gavin Harrington.
Nah. Oh, brother, that was nice, Bryce. Brady Moss might send a pair of gloves after that one. Look at this. He was able to put him on a poster. That's going to be his wallpaper for the rest of the year, Bryce. I can tell.
Marla Evans, Insurance Agency first down, first and goal on the 10-yard line. They'll hand it off to Buirley. Buirley cuts back towards the middle along the left pylons. Still pushing the feet, brought down at the 6. They'll have just 6 yards to go. Just 1 minute remaining here in the third quarter. Big Walnut threatening to make it a 2-score game once again. The last time we had a 2-score game in favor of Big Walnut, though, it took just 2 plays for Xavier Owens to find the end zone. Second and goal on the 6. Takes the snap. Buirley nowhere to go, and he's going to be brought down. A good job of fighting back to the line of scrimmage, as it looked like it was going to be a loss, but it'll bring up third down and goal.
And Bryce, you know, you can just tell that this Massillon defense takes a lot of pride. Once again, anybody but him, right? And give credit what credit's due. Stuff's going to happen his day, right? But as incredible stuff he had, in a way, had to for them to be a competitive game. So it's going to be interesting in this fourth quarter, man. Put your fours up, buckle up, grab the popcorn.
Searching for stationery that feels personal? Make it truly inspired. From custom wedding invitations and greeting cards to business stationery and gifts, every design from Truly Inspired Paper Company is handcrafted in Ohio. Whether you're celebrating a milestone, saying thanks, or sharing everyday joy, we make it easy to create something beautiful and memorable. Visit trulyinspiredpaperco.com and make every message truly inspired.
Third and goal on the 7-yard line to begin the fourth quarter. They'll pass. Eli Stumpf looking over the middle, but guarded closely. Pollock looking for the flag, and there isn't one. We'll take another look. I think they were definitely engaged, but I think for the official, the argument was that it was uncatchable.
Yeah, it looked like kind of one of those bang-bang plays.
So Owen Piles will line up for the field goal. He already made one earlier on in the game. It'll be 24 yards. The snap, it's up, and it's through. So Big Walnut now leads by 6. But the Washington Tigers get the ball back with 11:52 remaining here in the fourth quarter. Stay with us.
Searching for stationery that feels personal? Make it truly inspired. From custom wedding invitations and greeting cards to business stationery and gifts, every design from Truly Inspired Paper Company is handcrafted in Ohio. Whether you're celebrating a milestone, saying thanks, or sharing everyday joy, we make it easy to create something beautiful and memorable. Visit trulyinspiredpaperco.com and make every message truly inspired.
So Owen Piles' second field goal of the night puts the Big Walnut Golden Eagles up 27-21 over the Washington Tigers. Running into his own guy and finally brought down right at the 27-yard line. The Tigers will look not only to equalize with the touchdown, but to lead with the point after.
It's going to be interesting to see how they're going to come out, Bryce, right here. Haven't had the most best luck so far on offense. Seems like Owens is back in the game. Hopefully he's able to get his breather.
They'll line up in the pistol again. They've been running him out of that all night long, allowing the running back deception. Waiting for something to open up, but nothing does as he's just able to pick up a yard, and it brings up second down.
Yeah, once again, just wasn't able to find anything on that play right there, but we both know he's a home run threat anytime he touches the ball, Bryce.
So 2nd and 8 after the pickup of 2 from Owens. Hard count been a factor all night long as they get the play, 15 on the play clock. Takes the snap, Owens cutting back inside, meets a couple of dark jerseys, and they bring him down on third and long.
Alrighty, Bryce, let's see what Massillon calls. You know, they're able to get some stops. But we both are looking at the clock right now. We both know that they probably maybe have 1 or 2 more possessions left in this game if they're lucky.
The way Big Walnut grinds down the clock.
Feel like this is a really important drive. Interested to see what they call. Maybe go back to the halfback draw.
Indeed they do. Owens outside. A big gain before he finally hurdles out of bounds at the 45 of the Golden Eagles.
Sheesh, man, that kid is special. I'm telling you what, able to just dissect the defense on 3rd down. You know, and it's one of those things, it's like you don't, as a defensive coordinator, you have to respect this 3rd and long, right? But when you have such a dynamic player as Owens is, you also have to respect game. Interested to see if they're in that position again, what's going to be the play call for defense.
So 1st and 10, 10-18 remaining here in the 4th quarter. They'll hand it off, flag thrown. Christian Kohler, the ball carrier, as he picks up 4. We'll see what the flag is.
Brought down by Brady Taylor.
So a disconcerting act, I think, is going to be the call against Big Walnut. So it was a dead ball foul.
Wow. You got to stay in tune for this one, Bryce.
It's normally trying to draw the offense off usually, right?
Yeah.
Using some sort of mimicking snap count or clapping in some way that mimics the snap.
Yeah.
So discussing about how this is going to affect the outcome of this drive and play. So it's only a 5-yard penalty, but it does put him just 1 yard from the 1st down marker, and is as if the play did not happen. So once again, 1st down, 1st and 1. How often do you hear that?
Not often at all, Bryce.
Still talking this over amongst the officials. Home crowd getting restless. And now they disperse. It looks like they're returning to their positions, and we're going to play football again. Sideline official on the Big Walnut side has not yet returned to position. They come back together. decision already made, I think potentially discussing the spot. Play clock has not started yet. They're going to wipe the football off now after it's picked up some condensation.
A lot of activities, right,
Yeah.
for this game. Can we get back to the football, right?
So 1st and 1 on the 36-yard line. They need to make it to the 35 to convert the first down. They'll look to pass over the top. Patterson throws it towards the end zone. Tightly covered, and it's going to be incomplete. 3 yards over the head of the receiver.
I mean, when it's 1st and 1, I mean, you got to take a shot, right? That's just one of those things. Just wasn't able to connect right there. Like you said, it was kind of 3 yards in the back of the end zone. But, yeah, it's 1st and 1. Why wouldn't you take a shot, right? And especially when you have Owens running the ball as well as he's been running the ball right there, Bryce. It's kind of a no-brainer. Interesting to see if they might, you know, why not take another shot right here,
Yeah.
2nd and 1.
Split back, one wide receiver to the right, hands it off. Owens to the right. On his feet, finally brought down hard at the 23, it looks like.
Once again, doing what he does best, able just to cut up, find a soft spot in the defense, and make a play. He's been moving all day, Bryce, and this Big Walnut defense hasn't been able to find an answer. But they need to find one very soon because Tigers defense is knocking at the door.
Owens not as successful this time. He does pick up about 2 yards, though, as it makes it 2nd down.
Owens brought down by TJ Minor.
Owens with 266 rushing yards on the game and 3 touchdowns.
Jeez, man. Jeez, like, he covered Buirley a lot, but with 268, dude, that is insane.
But that will back them up. Now 3rd down and long.
Haven't been able to find success so far, but this is kind of what they've been good at as for Massillon. Interesting to see what the play call is going to be. Their play call for the last 3rd and longs has been halfback draws for 1st down. So once again, we talked about this earlier in the series. What's going to be the play call for Big Walnut?
7 for 17 on 3rd down so far tonight. Trying to find any daylight at all. Instead, he's going to be stopped as it brings up 3rd and long. 4th and long.
Even there, he's able to get a couple on 3rd down once again.
So a little bit of a no man's land. If they kick it, it'll be about 39 yards. Probably take it a yard closer, so call it 38. They're going to go for it. It's 4th and 8. The 1st down marker sits on the 15-yard line inside the Golden Eagle red zone.
Everybody's on their feet in the stadium, Bryce. See what the play call is.
Taking the snap, they'll pass. Sensing pressure, cutting back inside. Dallas Beal almost comes up with the 2nd.
And that's a great play. That's a right play if you're a DB right there. I know he's looking, he's like, I should have caught that. But you don't want to catch on the 1-yard line.
No,
Bryce.
definitely not. No, yeah.
So that was a right play, especially on 4th down. Able to get off the field. And as we said, it's with about 7 minutes left. Now the Massillon Tigers have 2 opponents. They have Big Walnut and they have the clock. Let's see how Big Walnut is going to come out. You've been pushing around guys all year. You need to push around guys a couple more plays to seal it off, to get past this team.
Taking the snap, Buirley following a blocker, gets a first down and more as he's brought down. The ball comes out, though. We'll see who has it.
They're saying Massillon ball. It's
And they do
ball.
give it to Massillon. Another look.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and the ball does come out just as he reaches the ground. We'll see.
Oh, man.
Take a look one more time. Oh, and I think that knee was down. They don't have the benefit of the instant replay, but I think almost certainly that knee was down.
Yeah, they was able to send it to New York. They definitely will reverse this one.
Yeah.
But hey, they don't. Play on. It's next play.
So 1st and 10. Washington with the ball on the 35. Handing it off. Brought down at the 28.
Wow, Bryce. Talking about a change of events. It wasn't expecting that from Buirley. Doesn't have many fumbles throughout the year. Seemed like he had one of his best runs out the night and calls a fumble. You know, that's unfortunate. Defense is playing lights out all game. Let's see if they're able to play. Come up once again.
So Owens bouncing to the outside. They look to strip him. He'll pick up a first down as the chains will move.
It could be so easy, Bryce, to get so festered on that fumble. But if you're Big Walnut, you have to put that in your rear-view mirror. Drive forward. Do not look back. Right? It's tough, it stings, but it doesn't matter anymore. If you're Massillon, you have another chance. You've got another breath. Are they gonna capitalize on it?
Hands it off to Malone. The wide receiver picks up about 4 in the process. It makes it 2nd down, 6:15 and ticking here in the 4th.
That was a great start to it, right? It's interesting to see how Massillon's gonna come out with his play call.
So 2nd and 7. They're on the Golden Eagle 22. The line to gain is the 15.
Yeah, I like that play call in the last one. Just getting your players on space, right?
.545 as they snap it. Owens, someone's helmet comes off. Who knows what happened there? I mean, right away, as soon as the snap happened, someone's helmet came off.
Oh. Yeah, that was crazy.
So now 3rd down and 7.
Yeah. Anyway, right? All right, let's see what they come out and once again the split back.
Handing it off, Owens puts his head down, pushes forward, and is stopped just short by about a yard. It's 4th and 1. They went for it on 4th and 8 the last drive, but this one a little bit closer. We'll see where spot officially comes down to. It looks like the 16-yard line. So make it 32-yarder.
Yeah.
But they're going to go for it on 4th and 1.
I'll say 4th and 1.5. That's a long one.
Yeah.
I don't even say 2, to be honest with you.
Inside of 5 minutes. Takes the snap, hands it off, and they got the first down. So the chains will move as they are now well inside the Golden Eagle red zone.
All right, let's just see what they're gonna do. It's no secret. We're running at you. Can you stop us? Everybody's tired of the stadium, Bryce. But it's about one of those things.
Owens engulfed at the line of scrimmage, 2nd down. Clock continuing to move as we're approaching the 4-minute mark.
This is smash mouth football, Bryce. I feel like they just have 4 downs just to figure it out. Is our Jimmy's better than your John's? We'll see. You got to push some guys around if you're Massillon. You got to stay hold if you're Big Walnut.
Handing it off with a full head of steam. He hits the line and is brought down short of the first down marker. It's third down. They'll be close, though. Yeah, about 5 yards it looks like they'll have to go.
You see a lot of hands on the hips. Coming out, once again, that split back formation, Bryce.
Been using them interchangeably all night long. Now 3rd and 6. Trying to get some free yardage. No dice. 3:20 remaining here in the 4th quarter. The snap. Owens once again has trouble. They'll be about just 3 yards short of that first down marker. If they're able to get a new set of downs, it would put them in goal and put the Golden Eagles in a dangerous time position. So 4th down and 6 is what they rule it. No gain on the last play.
All right, Bryce, it's time to strap it up.
4th and 4.
It's time to go. This is what your season comes down to.
They'll look to take it to Owens, and they're going to come up short by a yard. Big Walnut takes over.
Look at that Big Walnut defense strut. It seems like Owens got tripped up, and they're able to get off the field. That is incredible defense, especially when you're able to, in a short shot of change, get back in there. Defense was able to bail out the offense, having a struggling day.
And so the Golden Eagles offense will take over on the 6-yard line. The Tigers burned a timeout earlier. They'll have 2 remaining to Big Walnut's 3. Out of the I formation, they'll give it to Buirley on the handoff. Buirley gets him about 5 yards, now 6, now 7.
Man, it looks like it's going to be a timeout right here, Bryce.
So we will have a timeout from Washington Tigers. We'll take a quick opportunity to thank our sponsors one last time. Helpline of Delaware and Morrow Counties 988. Are you a friend or a family member struggling with depression, thoughts of suicide, or other mental health concerns? Helpline is here to listen 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Call or text our free confidential suicide and crisis lifeline at 988 or text helpline to 898-211. Sunbury Christian Church. It's about relationship, not religion. Reichert Express, Sunbury. Shop Reichert used cars right here in Sunbury at Reichert Express used cars right next to Tanger Outlets. We're dealing Stover Excavating Incorporated, residential and commercial excavation services for the greater Columbus area since 2000. Marla Evans Insurance Agency. Knox Community Hospital, in the community for the community. Sunbury Fraternal Order of Eagles 3614, serving the Sunbury community and proud supporter of Big Walnut football. New members are always welcome. And our new sponsor tonight, Truly Inspired Paper Company. Here comes the holidays. Shop our 2025 holiday collection online at trulyinspiredpaperco.com. So 2nd and 5 after the timeout. The Tigers will have just 1 remaining. Once again, out of the I formation. Buirley picks up about 3. It'll bring up 3rd and short. And we may have another timeout, and indeed we do. So with the timeout, we will take a quick break on the 3rd down scenario. Stay with us. This should perhaps decide the game.
Definitely.
Live and free coverage of Big Walnut Athletics, proudly presented by the Sunbury Fraternal Order of Eagles, serving the community since 1898.
3rd and 4. This could decide the game. No timeouts remaining for the Tigers. Buirley is instead brought down in the backfield for a loss. That'll bring up 4th down. They're going to take it all the way down to about 1:40 remaining on the clock. There's 2:10 right now.
Yeah, they're going to have to punt this ball, Bryce. Massillon has one more opportunity to put some points on the board. Especially with their run-dominant defense. You know, that's not really 2-minute friendly. Interesting to see what they're going to come out in, what's their play calling to be. But they were in the red zone twice, right? And weren't able to capitalize or even get any type of points.
So Big Walnut will be the one to take the timeout. They'll have 2 remaining after the timeout. So 1:38 remaining here in the 4th quarter. It's 4th and 9. They'll punt it away. A big spot as Washington will get the ball back one more time, trailing just by 6. A touchdown and an extra point would win the game for them.
Interesting to see what's going to happen here, Bryce. It's still a nice amount of football left to be played, believe it or not, right? But I just think the play calling has to change drastically for Massillon. Let's see how that goes well for them. But all starts right here. If they're able to get a successful punt, especially in your own end zone, Bryce, this is where things get not pretty.
Buirley, an excellent punter. He'll just look to get a safe one.
But if you're Massillon, though, this is what it's redemption, right? You have 2 catastrophic failures on special teams. It'll be great if you were able to come up and get a stop on their special teams. That's a 3rd of the game, Bryce, like I said.
Down to 10 on the play clock. They take the snap. It's low. Buirley handles it, kicks it. Malone having trouble, but he's down on the knee, just shy of the 45-yard line, and they'll have 1:30 exactly to figure out how they are going to pick up a touchdown. So 1st and 10, officially ruled down on the 43. Owens and Patterson in the backfield, a 4-wide receiver look. Big Walnut home crowd coming alive, same for Washington. They'll pass, looking short. Malone has trouble with it, but able to get out of bounds on the reception.
Yeah, but that was a straight pitch and catch. Able to catch the ball barely and get out of bounds.
So burned only 4 seconds off the clock as they're now down to the 39. It's 2nd and 6. Looking for the hard count. Back to the play. Passing again, sensing pressure, stepping up, but wrapped up, ball comes out, almost disaster. And the clock will still continue to run. It's 3rd down, 1:10 remaining, but there will be an injury timeout. And they're gonna continue to run the clock. So 1 minute remaining exactly. 3rd down and 10. The snap, they'll pass again. Sensing pressure, rolling out to the right, looking for a receiver. A Hail Mary pass, incomplete. It'll be 4th down and 10 with 47.4 remaining.
You can definitely tell this Massillon offense is not comfortable with passing the ball, Bryce. Just haven't been able to find anything open downfield. 4th and 10, something has to happen. 47 seconds left. It's going to be interesting to see what their play call is.
Still discussion, 15 on the play clock. Now just 10 as they're not to the ball yet.
Yeah, they're not comfortable, and they're waiting around.
Trips on the right side. The snap, looking to pass, anything at all.
Wow.
Makes the completion, 40 seconds remaining in the game. A first down, the clock will stop until they get back to the line of scrimmage. They'll likely look to spike it. That's exactly what they'll do.
Wow, Bryce. Here you thought they were dead in the water, and they come up with a monstrous first down play right there. So like he kind of caught on his body too right there. It seemed like every reception that they had was kind of been like a juggle or kind of like a all-place catch.
So it's 2nd and 10 after the spiked pass. 32.2 or 39.2 remaining here in the 4th quarter. They'll pass again towards the end zone. And it is incomplete, nearly intercepted as he threw it into triple coverage.
Yeah, that is something you don't want to do. Bryce is throwing it with 4 black jerseys around you, but they get to stay alive for another play, right?
So 3rd and 10, 32.1 remaining after the completion. They were looking for it all last play. Out of the gun once more. 4 wide receivers. 2 in the box for Big Walnut. Passing. Minor there. Minor will bring him down. 4th down on the sack. TJ Minor, only a sophomore. And they'll look to spike it. They'll have to get it away. 15 remaining on the clock.
Can't spike it. It's Ave Maria time at this point, Bryce.
10 seconds remaining. It'll be a Hail Mary looking towards the end zone. Over the middle. And
it's caught.
Pushed out of bounds. 1.7 remaining on the clock as it's a first down.
Wow, Bryce. Wow.
And so they will get one more chance.
What do you call? You call your best play in the book right here. You get one shot only, not to quote Eminem. But here you go. You can't say you didn't have a chance, Bryce.
So they get the play, 15 on the play clock, 1.7 remaining in the game.
Let's see what happens, Bryce.
This for all the marbles, they'll pass. Stepping up in the pocket, he's stripped. Big Walnut falls on top, and they're the regional champions. 2nd consecutive year they're the regional champions. 2nd consecutive year they take down the Washington Tigers.
Big Walnut. Hit that nut strut. There's going to be a party in Sunbury tonight, boys.
We will be right back for the MVP interview and the post-game show coming up next.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
Live and free coverage of Big Walnut Athletics proudly presented by the Sunbury Fraternal Order of Eagles, serving the community since 1898.
Searching for stationery that feels personal? Make it truly inspired. From custom wedding invitations and greeting cards to business stationery and gifts, every design from Truly Inspired Paper Company is handcrafted in Ohio. Whether you're celebrating a milestone, saying thanks, or sharing everyday joy, we make it easy to create something beautiful and memorable. Visit trulyinspiredpaperco.com and make every message truly inspired.
Bryce Carter with the OH.REPORT, and I am here with the Stover Excavating Incorporated MVP player of the game, and it's Eli Stump. He was 8 for 19 with 96 passing yards, a passing touchdown, and 2 rushing touchdowns. Getting crafty. Congratulations on a regional championship victory.
Thank you.
So you had this win last year against Massillon Washington, and coming into it, you know that they weren't going to go down easy. They were looking for blood. They were looking for revenge in this one. What was the message in practice coming up?
Yeah, all credit to them. They're a phenomenal football team, as everybody knows. But the message for us was just, stay true to ourselves. We're going to watch our film, prepare like we always do. And, even though it wasn't pretty, it could have been a little bit better, but we got the job done, and that was just the message, just stay at it.
And offensively, the biggest challenge that you all have faced for a long time, but you persevered. You got some really good plays, a couple of touchdown pass and a couple of runs for you, working the ball all the way down. What do you feel like the big, energy motivator came from on the offensive side?
I think a lot of dudes stepped up in ways that maybe go under the radar a little bit. We had really good blocks, which led to some chunky runs, which we needed. And we had Gavin's catch down there was a really big play. I thought we had a lot of just big plays, and dudes were stepping up as best they could.
And on the special teams front, you guys did incredible, really getting some phenomenal field position. For you as a quarterback and you as an offense, what does that do to you all when you're coming onto the field knowing you had such a huge play?
Yeah, that's great. Coach Krager always talks about, we got to win all 3 phases, and that includes special teams. And when they make big plays like that, like blocking punts and all that stuff, it puts us in great position, and we have all the momentum, and makes it really easy on me because we just got to go like 10, 15 yards to score. So it's awesome.
And you go into games, and it kind of looks like, you take a few plays to feel things out, but some games they're passing games, some games they're rushing games. How do you kind of judge coming into it once you're into the rush of it all, what kind of game it's going to be?
Yeah, well, we knew in film that they had a really good linebacker, number 9. He's pretty good. They had a really solid box, but our philosophy is we're going to take what they give us. So if we're running the ball and it's working, we're going to stay with that. If they're, piling up a little bit and we're getting a couple of short runs, then we'll throw it to our guys because we got weapons.
Anyone you want to shout out tonight?
Everybody. Big Walnut.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Eli Stump, our Stover Excavating MVP player of the game. We'll see you next week.
Yep, thank you.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
Folks, we have another Stover Excavating Incorporated MVP player of the game. On the defensive front, Eli Helton, 10 tackles in tonight's win over Massillon Washington. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And you were going to face some hard-nosed runners. They had a few different guys who could carry the ball really competently, saved your Owens. A couple of plays got the better of you all, but you all really came stout in the second half. How do you feel like you fortified in the locker room?
We just came together, pretty much said we could do it. It just all started up front. I give all the credit to the defensive line. Taking on blocks for us linebackers to scrape over, and safeties come down and make plays too. If we couldn't, I just want to give credit to the D-line.
And one of the leaders of a very gifted and senior linebacker corps, what has it been like playing amongst each other, knowing that if anybody gets anywhere, you kind of have each other's back?
It's awesome, man. You can always rely on somebody. It's awesome. Love playing with everybody.
And with the secondary, I think that's something that's been kind of a recent development in the last 7-8 weeks or so, but guys like Brady Taylor, Brody Hatfield. Brady Taylor has 10 interceptions on the season, Brody Hatfield 10 breakups. How does that feel for you, knowing that behind you have so many guys that can make such great plays?
Man, it's awesome because, all I got to do is focus on the run, linebackers, D-line, and then we know the defensive backs are just going to make a play, so we're good.
and you're such a strong tackler. I mean, able to get tackles for a loss, able to bat things down. I mean, you're just all over the place. What do you feel like the strongest facet of your game is?
Probably just coming downhill, hitting people. I mean, just flying all over the round, flying all over the field. I mean, just like being all over the field.
Anyone you want to shout out tonight?
Just the Big Walnut community showing all the support. Coach Kreger, all the coaches for believing in us, getting us ready for the game.
Eli Helton, our second Stover Excavating Incorporated MVP player of the game. Eli, congratulations.
Thank you.
Searching for stationery that feels personal? Make it truly inspired. From custom wedding invitations and greeting cards to business stationery and gifts, every design from Truly Inspired Paper Company is handcrafted in Ohio. Whether you're celebrating a milestone, saying thanks, or sharing everyday joy, we make it easy to create something beautiful and memorable. Visit trulyinspiredpaperco.com and make every message truly inspired.
Bryce Coder, Joshua Anderson back here with the Helpline of Delaware and Morrow Counties in 988 post-game show. And it was a thriller here in Zanesville, 27-21. Big Walnut, the victors, came all the way down to the last play, 1.7 remaining in the fourth, and a strip sack that Big Walnut fell on top of closed us out, and what a thriller it was.
Right. Oh, everybody was out their seat for the last 8 minutes, Bryce. Did not know how it was going to end, and even the play before, the last second catching it on the sideline, for Massillon to have a shot, it was, like we said at the beginning of the game, it was a true classic game that you're going to be watching for the next 10, 15 years.
Taking a look at the stats at the end of the game here, and do me a favor, go ahead and cover the top part of your screen where it shows the score, and you tell me who you think won this football game here. Massillon Washington, 16 first downs, 70 passing yards, 345 rushing yards. 290 of those came at the feet of their star running back, Xavier Owens, a total of 450 yards. 3 turnovers, but the poison pill for them, 10 penalties for 166 penalty yards. Big Walnut, 13 first downs, 96 passing yards, 105 rushing yards, just over the century mark for a total of 201. 1 turnover and 7 for 61 on penalties. And for Big Walnut, you know, they talked about it a little bit in the MVP interview, a little bit not as clean as they wanted, I think you could say, but picking up the victory, second time in a row. They win over Massillon Washington, they're regional champions. They've got to feel good.
Definitely, Bryce. It's just one of those things, like, this is a good football team that they played against today. It was chippy. It was one of those things, like you said, it wasn't pretty. But they don't ask how, they ask how many, right? And that's just one of the things that they overcame today, which is on the amounts that they got the W. Able to play another week with your best friends in November. What more can you ask for? They have Thanksgiving plans next week, and it's practice.
Yeah. So they will end up playing on Black Friday, and they will end up playing Cincinnati Anderson, another rematch in the Final Four. Big Walnut losing that game last year. It was at the University of Dayton last year. We'll see where they end up placing the neutral ground, but the winner of that game will go on to play in the state championship at the Hall of Fame Stadium up in Massillon, Canton.
That's just one of those things, Bryce. It was a beautiful day for football, and like you said, this is one of those games. It's revenge from last year. They knocked us out, but we control our destiny. Said earlier today, when they came in last year, there was more like David, right? But now they're Goliath. We've been here before. We know what it takes. We know what it takes to beat Anderson. Interesting to see what this game's going to unfold next week, Bryce.
Absolutely. So now wrapping things up, I'm Bryce Coder, your play-by-play commentator and director for the evening. I'd like to thank Joshua Anderson, welcome you back onto the mic, doing a fantastic job in a thriller of a contest, joined on camera by Cam Seddon. We'll take one more opportunity to thank our sponsors who support our live and free coverage of the OH Report. Helpline of Delaware and Morrow County is 988. Are you, a friend or family member struggling with depression, thoughts of suicide, or other mental health concerns? Helpline is here to listen 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Call or text our free confidential suicide and crisis lifeline at 988 or text helpline to 898-211. Sunbury Christian, it's about relationship, not religion. Reichert Express Sunbury. Shop Reichert used cars right here in Sunbury at Reichert Express Used Cars, right next to Tanger Outlets. We're dealing. Stover Excavating Incorporated, residential and commercial excavation services for the greater Columbus area since 2000. Marla Evans Insurance Agency. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community. Sunbury Fraternal Order of Eagles, 3614, serving the Sunbury community and proud supporter of Big Walnut football. New members are always welcome. And truly inspired paper company. Here comes the holidays. Shop our 2025 holiday collection online at trulyinspiredpaperco.com. If you're watching at home, please take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Have a great rest of your night.